Hey everyone, and welcome to the stream. It's me, ShellshockPrime, and tonight we got two games happening. Instead of one game tonight, I'm on like at 7 o'clock right now, ready to do two different games. What are those two games I'm doing tonight? Well, first, starting up with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, where I'm going to be doing Case 4, Part 1. I'm going to split it in two. So, like, sometime next week, I'm going to be doing the second part of the case and wrapping that up, which wraps up the game itself. And then, because the case is actually very long, and I don't think I would be able to finish it all tonight, so once I'm done with that, I am going to move on to Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. I will be playing it on the Super Nintendo Online. That's how I'm going to do it. And the way it's going to work is this. I am going to be playing it, and I'm going to go through as much as I can until I'm done for the night. That's going to be the plan. So, Ace Attorney first, Yoshi's Island afterwards, as also part of my schedule as well. And I also have the Alphabet Challenge Game U poll. So, if you haven't voted yet, be sure to go ahead and do so, because once I'm done with Tales of Vesperia, that's when I'm going to be doing it. That's when I'm going to be playing the game. So, be sure to tune in for that. But now, let's get ready. Let's get ready to play some Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All on the trilogy. Let's go. And you see Panzer Dragoon there. I've recently downloaded the patch. I'm going to try it out at some point in a future stream. I played on the April Fool stream. And I will most likely be playing it again at some point. Capcom presents Marvel Comics. Okay. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Let me lower the TV a little bit. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do this. Alright. So, we're getting ready to do the final, the first part of the final case. Because there's 4 cases in this game. So, we're going to go ahead and do it, so let's do it. Farewell, my turnabout. Now, the moment you all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Who will be our hero of heroes? What the hell? This is like a superhero ninja. Will it be last year's runner, Jamming Up Ninja? Or maybe Captain Sapien, all the way from the lovely tropical island of Sapien? I see the students of a certain starry school are raring to win, and a global hero, Onyeka Parnocon, doesn't want to go home without the champion. We hope Lady Luck is with all our heroes tonight. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me! Wait. What's going on with the moon? Whoa! The true hero of the night has appeared in our midst. That's the Silver Samurai theme. It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to this fantastic warrior. The Nickel Samurai. Hero of Heroes Superhero. Too bad, Jammin' Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year. Oh boy. You know, this is not going to end well. March 20, 7:42 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hill. Walla Hill, yeah. Alright, yes. Did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai. He did it. Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. Oh god, he's back. So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize? Yup. You know who we're talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai? No, every Sunday, I only watch the educational channels, the Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interests that match. It's very important. Give it a rest, Pearly. Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Yep, I'm getting that day one Enigma, and I'm gonna stream it too. Too bad for the Jammin' Ninja though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess, warrior of Little Old Tokyo. I thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh hey, did anyone else think that the Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Hey, you're right. Strange he walk around without his signature guitar. I will never understand these people and their shows. You're working, so you're lurking? No problem, Shad. Shad, are you gonna be picking up, Paper Mario, the Origami King? Anyways, Mr. Powers thanks you very much for it tonight. It was nothing. I owe you one, so just my way of saying thanks. Yep. I think that's what we're gonna get from now on, like some Jaddle drops. We might not get directs. Same here. Hey Nick, come on, it's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage of the show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Nick, come on. You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Okay then. Let's talk to Powers. Thank you very much for inviting us today. It's nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess is successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kids' exercise show, while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was a Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks. I'm a little skeptical. I hated Sticker Star and Color Splash was alright, but I didn't love it. Yeah, that's what a lot of people felt. But people want this to be a really good one, so we'll see. I can't believe they're going to make a movie based on Nickel Samurai. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason. The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Old Tokyo. And last year, they started a new series, The Nickel Samurai. The new series seemed to be a hit with the kids too. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I get the chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It's been pretty awesome. Been awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Engard. He's super popular right now. Mr. Engard? Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year, it's going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? Alright. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, Shad. So who's this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. Its symbol is the bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who's always carrying around a bright red guitar? How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. A ninja who becomes a star. Yes, yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios is Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I've heard? I heard that those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai's on guard, and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean, Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt Engard, the actor. I guess even the world of the heroes is in a sparkling happy place. Yeah. I thought ninjas were supposed to blend in, not stand out. Yeah, and they're also supposed to hide in the shadows. I think we should move, since we already did that. Let's go to the hallway. At the Gatewater Hotel hallway. Wow, what is it with this place? Looks like I stumbled into, like, Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Alright. Well, back to Walla Hall. Sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special move today. Nickel Samurai Smelting. How do you explain Ninjala then? I can't. The game speaks for itself. I don't need to explain it. Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know about what it is about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore. So I don't have any idea. Bah. Sorry. So I guess you're all going to the press conference then. Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here. Take these tickets, take the tickets so you can get in. Press conference ticket added to the court record. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby. It looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice. And I will definitely be doing some stuff for Ninjala once it comes out. It was supposed to come out the end of the month, but it got delayed to the end of next month, so I want them to take their time with the game, like with the servers, with the gameplay and everything, fine-tune it. But the game's gonna be free to download, so I'm definitely gonna at least like give it a shot. Maybe make it a community night if I were to do something like that. By the way, would you guys be interested in Jackbox on Saturday? Around like 8 o'clock Eastern? Because I might do Jackbox then. Only a real Gaudi hotel would have such a large Gaudi lobby to match. I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Oh, I'm all ready to use my special samurai power. Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. What? Why? Oh, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. Alright, no problem, Chad. But let me know what's up, alright? We are asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police. Oh boy. Police? Did they just say police? Do you want me to go check out what's going on? Wait. I'll come with you. Freeze! You too. Didn't you hear the announcer just now? It just finished telling you not to move. That voice. I've heard that voice somewhere before. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day, the short things. Wait, hold up. Is this old bag? Cause I have to think this is old bag. You can be busy with PSO 2 during Ninja's release, and your best friend's finally into Splatoon. Nice. Splatoon's always good. This non-stop chatter. It can't be Miss Oldbag? Because next week we're going to be doing Splatfest on stream. Next Saturday. What is it? You young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Oh god, you're back. Wait, your Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right. You're doing the children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Ah, yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job. I love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the Big Brother character, right? Yes, even with your face covered in mask. Well, work of art, but that's how it is, you know. I mean, if you didn't wear the mask, who knows how many TVs were. I cannot talk in the same way that Micro Machines guy from the 80s could talk. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. By that outfit. Annoying. Nosy brats, get the blaster. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Oh god. I'm also on Team Ketchup. Wendy Oldbag. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? Because I'm going to be doing a multi-stream with Silver, Epic Man, and possibly Hito Retro Gaming. But everyone else that's part of Team Ketchup, you're more than welcome to come in to lend support. What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified? Yeah. And you, weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed upper management the wrong way by testifying. I picked Ketchup the last time they did this, and Ketchup lost, and then now I'm gonna do it just to, because the Splatfest, the way it works is different now, so I'll be able to get revenge this time. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first, after being handed old Pinky. You? A bodyguard? For your friend, that fiery good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles. Mr. Edgeworth? But that sort of arrangement wouldn't be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that? Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. So, did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard at least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Hey, Nick. Oh, what is it? I don't like the devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way. The police told us not to go anywhere. Remember? Huh? How B-O-R-I-N-G. Boring. You're such a boring guy. You got no motivation. No spirit. Huh? What? What's going on? Are you trying to give Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you too, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose in this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick... Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay! I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You walk all over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we work a case together. This is great. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody! I get to come! I get to come! Yes, you do get to come join us. Alright, let's move. Okay, so, let's move. We're gonna go back to Viola Hall. Or is it Voila Hall? Alright. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. Alright, then, let's try. Excuse me. Ugh. Are you by any chance Miss Maya Fey? Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. A call? I wonder if it's someone from Karain Village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead, and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. Right this way, Miss Fey. Pearl's actually pretty cute. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. This is a little exciting. And a little scary. Okay, so... let's move. Let's go back to the hallway. I told you. I get people the info they want, which means that I got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. Let me guess, Gumshoe? What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective's secret scandal revealed. You'll see. I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious. That sudden accent can only mean one thing. Hey, Wright! Lotta? Hey, Lotta! Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I got rights. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave to us pros. A murder? Oh shoot, me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My goodness, it told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said, and that's what it is, a genuine murder. I was not expecting Lotta to come back. Hey, wait. Yeehaw, murder. Of a big star, no less. Oh man, I'm in trouble now. Well, let's talk to Gumshoe. So, Detective Gumshoe. A murder? No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick? Is the dead person the Nickel Samurai? Huh? Why did you ask? Well, Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so... it wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. Oh my god. The Jammin' Ninja. I was expecting to come back mainly because I played these games several times, but I do like Lotta. That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy. You mean Lotta? That woman. She was there that time too, right? That time? When Mystic Maya did that channeling? Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist. It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah. Hiding in wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja doors, pal. But why would she? She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? Okay, let's talk about the victim. So the victim was the Jammin' Ninja? Mr. Jammin' Ninja? He was on a really popular rival TV show to the Nickel Samurai. Oh. The victim was the action star, Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt Engard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. Engard, that's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep. I mean, no. You got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai! Anyway, so now that Juan Corrida's gone, that means Mr. Engard has the whole stage to himself. Wouldn't you say? I wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know. Can't have that happen? What's that supposed to mean? I wonder. Okay. Let's move. Alright, we're gonna go back to the hall. We're gonna go to the lobby. Wait. No, let's go back. I think we're not done talking to Gumshoe yet. What if I were to present something to him? Profiles. The Nickel Samurai. He really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt Ungar was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. What? But why was Mr. Ungar arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in hot water. Mr. Nick, if Mystic Maya knew about this, yeah, I know. She make me take this case. I know. Okay. Let's move. Alright, let's go do this. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? It looks like Juan Corrida has been killed. What? Juan, is he? It looks like he was murdered. A suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt Ungard. You're joking, right? Nope. They arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin Ninja. Ugh, not again. I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls. I still can't believe. No way. No way, Madwood. What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. Radio transceiver received from Mr. Powers. For me? But why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway. Mr. Juan, he's a Jammin Ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only knew how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show. And that was the Jammin Ninja? The stylish Nickel Samurai and the burning Jammin Ninja. Well, things sure turned messy for real fast with those two using their shows for their war. And their final tally, look around. It's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year. The final win over his rival, I guess. Press conference. Mr. Ungard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. Though if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. The Nickel Samurai's? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume? Oh, but why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering. Where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost? I'll take a quick look around for her. Ack! Well, what is it, Mr. Nick? Huh? I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver. Yes, hello, right here. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with. Such as... Help! Nick! Mystic Maya! Maya! So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does that mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now. Don't fall apart on me yet. No. This can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return you to your valuable item unharmed. Women are not objects, you asshole. What is this called, again, in your fancy lawyer's terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! In my sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. You there? Are you there, Mr. Attorney? Are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need? I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corrida was killed, and the suspect is Matt Ungard. You are, as suspected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is a very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt Ungard. Matt Ungard? But why? He did not kill anyone. I can attest to that. However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end in the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word, or not. However, there was one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession. Help! Nick! Maya, you have 2 days. Of course, tonight he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Ugh! Oh, yes, that's right. Now that I'm playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is The Killer. What the fuck is going on? Mr. Nick, where's Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya. It's not your fault, Pearls. But it is, Mystic Maya. Wah! Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Detective Gumshoe. Yes, that's it. Wait here, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Shh, not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal for Matt Ungard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? Then this means Matt Ungard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But the guy said that Mr. Ungard is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. If Ungard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. Huh? The forensics team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something is wrong. There's too much evidence. Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about Ungard being set up? Anyway, it looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright. Isn't there another way? We also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Date, time, location. Ow, my head. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. Come on, you guys. This isn't funny anymore. I see you have awoken. Ah, who are you? Me? I am known as the Killer. So that's who you are. The Killer? You mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I am going to contact them now. I hope you cooperate and play your assigned role well. Nick. What's going to happen to me? Nick, Pearly, sis. Does the Killer know the way? Oh god. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as March 21st. Good morning. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on, let's hurry and go see Mr. On Guard. We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 a.m., so... Oh, I see. Mystic Maya. If only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls. She's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow, yesterday evening. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that. Please, help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected. Because Pearl's doing the crying for the both of us. Oh my god. I have a thought. Huh? You're going to represent Mr. Angari, aren't you? Yeah, I don't really seem to have a choice. But what if he is the real murderer? What would you do then, Mr. Nick? Would you fight to get a not guilty for murder to save Mystic Maya? Pearls. Let's talk to Mr. On Guard first, okay? We can think all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about it. Pearls, you're really worried about Maya, aren't you? I don't have anyone else left in this world. What do you mean? My family's all gone. Her family? My father? He left my mother and the village behind and went away. I'm sorry. And my mother, she did that thing all for me. Mystic Maya, she's like a sister to me. She is all I have left in this world. Alright, let's move. Let's go to the detention center. We couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one Nickel Samurai, charged with the murder of the Jammin Ninja. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Oh, sorry, dude. Huh? I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know... Oh, no. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Huh? Fire extinguishers. I mean, this building isn't my house, so... No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography is coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be a real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm going to ask my publisher, okay? Mr. Engard is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Engard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of the tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? If we were talking about Mr. Engard's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. Studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows I am not the murderer. Mr. Nick? What's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Old Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Alright. Let's present something. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one out to win in the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Yeah, yes. While you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I've always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know it yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. This coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please, wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take me in as your lawyer, then D Killer is going to... Wait, what did you say? What did you just say? D Killer. D Killer? What's he doing? It looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. We did it, Mr. Nick. Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Man, I think my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not as good a citizen? It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough, the Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Mr. Engard has a way of catching the eyes of the women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze, that's what I am. A spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. Okay. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do. So I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude, I had no idea about any press conference. Alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something tonight. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's what I gathered from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. Alright, let's talk about the victim. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jam Ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants, or hakama. Ah! Dude, I really think someone planted it in there. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess this is all about all I'm gonna get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. On Guard to see if he really is innocent or not. If he can do that? Yes. If you use this, Maya's Makatana, he won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Kurita? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Kurita, okay? Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain of lock in sight. Which means, it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Alright. We still got some more investigating to do. Let me save real quick. Alright. Yeah, we got some more investigating to do. So yeah, like, I'm gonna get ready to go get something to drink real quick, and when I come back, we'll do some more investigation. So we'll be right back in just a minute. Alright, so I'm back. Alright, so now here we are. We're gonna get ready to do some more Phoenix Wrights, Justice for All. We still have the second case. No, sorry, the next part of tonight's case for episode 4. Let's go ahead and do that. Just to save. Just one for good measure. And I got myself some intro. I got some apple juice. Man, I was thirsty. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Matt on guard as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So now, what should we do now? What should we do? Well, the trial is tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way we can prove Mr. On Guard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. I have this weird feeling that things are not going to end up the way they do, but let's just go ahead and do everything. Since there was no psych locks, then that means we can trust Mr. On Guard to be innocent. I really feel much better knowing that. Ever since last night, I was so worried that I kept wondering, what if he is the real killer? What then? Okay, any ideas? Hey, I have something I want to ask you, Pearls. Okay, what is it? Why are you so interested in how Maya and I get along? I mean, she and I don't have anything special to go. Huh? What do you mean? But I thought that you Mr. Maya were... I've been mistaken this whole time? No way. She really wasn't kidding. Pearls actually believes Maya and I are. Maybe I should have just left it alone. Mr. Nick, stop it. Don't hide your true feelings from me. Ow, she slapped me. Wow. Okay, so let's move. We're gonna go back to the hotel lobby. Okay. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What's going on around here? I heard poor one was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun is what it is. Another steel samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely. I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of wands. Why, oh why, do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way. Ever since I was a little girl, I'm like, the hamster was flying into the cage. Oh my god, you talk really fast. I hate when you do that. Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick. I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spike here, smarty pants. Okay, let's talk. The victim. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder, and only recently did I finally find the star that makes this heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always ends up kicking the bucket? I watch your words. No one's gonna get away with saying anything bad about my wand. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyways. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. When I was a young man, I was so beautiful even the flowers blushed. But despite this, I pressed on flowers that will read the stars. Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Youngins today. So I'm guessing Ms. Olbeck had heard everything from Lana. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. I see. But... But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today? Please tell me, what did you see? Uh-oh. It's one of those. She has been psych locked. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder is it? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Well, we're gonna have to come back to her, because we need to get some information in order to make sure that we can get the facts. So let's move. To the Viola Hall? Or Viola Hall? Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and then try, I guess. Let's move. Let's go to the hallway. Alright, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Hey, you're there. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfella. The thief showed his face. Oh, what? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Look here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. C-A-M-E-R-A. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera. Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Huh. Okay, let's figure everything else out. We got a lot to figure out right now. We gotta make sure that what happens now, we get everything right. Oh, wait, no. Just gotta figure this out. Alright, let's see. So let's talk. So, you lost your camera. It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it at a store and it's $1,600 brand new. Huh? But didn't you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty-bitty scratch on and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lotta, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything from my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to this murder. Alright, the missing camera is added to the evidence. Alright, so what happened? Lotta, please tell me you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here around the time Mr. Ungar was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. Big scoop. I told you before, I'm going to be the best tabloid photographer the world has ever seen. Reckon course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Alright, big scoop. Lada, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Here we go again. She has two. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know. Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lada and your Irule smile. Okay, we'll come back to her too. Okay. In the meantime, we gotta move around. So we'll come back to her in a little bit. Let's go to, we got two rooms here. We got Ungard's hotel room and we got Corita's hotel room. Let's go to Corita's first. Since, there's gotta be a lot more information here we can get. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Corita's room, Pearls. Mr. Corita? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. So, what's happened? The kidnapper. Has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Ungard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Wouldn't want you to get lost in the hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Now it's added to the court record. Let's talk. Alright, so let's do that. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. Oh my god. There's a knife in his chest. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down in the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Ungard's prints, pal. That's bad. Real bad. Crime photo added to the court record. Okay, the reason for arrest. Why was Mr. Ungard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Corita, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Ungard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jam Ninja's buttons got caught in his Hankama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who was it? Who is it? That lady, Miss Olbag. Please, anyone but her. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Something that's a little off? As in that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Okay. Let's look. Slide, look at the other half of the room. I think we should examine it a little bit. Let's start with, let's see. This is open guitar case. Alright, so there's so many things. We'll check out this guitar case first. The one that's open. This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it into the show? I'm missing Maya. She said the bright red guitar was a Jam Ninja's signature item. That's true. Huh. This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? Guitar case added to the court record. Okay, let's look around a little more. There might be some other things. Something tells me to check this one out too. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? Wine glass added to the court record. Alright. Let's look around and figure everything out right now. Alright. Let me just see something. This wine glass. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karman noticed it first. Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Miss Von Karman's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Oh god. Oh god. No. No. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh. For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened last time. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal. Yo! Oh god. At last! You reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh, would it be too much to ask you to be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitifully helpless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Oh. Hey, don't you dare run away, Scruffy McTrenchcoat. I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Detective, come over here for a second. Yo. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared, he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have sold my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours? Is that all this means to you? What? Humph. Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. What is this? Looks like an autograph. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Corito's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. Ah, it's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says, "To my dearest Wendy," in normal letters here. This is sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Mr. Corito's autograph added to the court record. Okay, hallway. We're not gonna deal with you yet. Now we're going to Ungard's hotel room. Alright. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt Ungard's dressing room. This is our client's room. Maybe I help you with something? May I help us? Whoa. You're Mr. Ungard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Ungard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be of a small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Ungard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the award show was starting, I headed for Walla Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations? For the post-ceremony show, I guess. When was it time for the post-ceremony show? I came back to call for Mr. Ungard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. Okay. So, about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Ungard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Ungard's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corrida, have one? No, he did not. He didn't. Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly? You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you juice later, alright? Alright, we gotta move through. Let's go back to Viola. Okay, we gotta do things. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, how have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. The Nickel Samurai. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time, there are 3 samurai brothers, Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course the Nickel Samurai. It's a love why in Neo Old Hotel, Tokyo. I see. Wait, a love what? A love why? This girl, Sayo, works at the tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times 3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with all the office ladies. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. Let's talk about the Jammin' Ninja. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? It started from a remake of an old movie. To tell you the truth, Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. It's a story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja with a bright red guitar? And then, the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Misola. Jammin versus the Murmurachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. That's too bad for him. Yeah. But this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. The Jammin' Ninja. Will he be able to sing? What about Princess Misola? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Which show should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, we're not done with him. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to present Adrian Andrews' profile, because maybe he might know information on her. I hate you. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's the sort of small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy, he looks like a lion that just found his next meal. Okay. Let's see what he knows. The gossip. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? So you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah. So take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. You see now, don't you? What? You can't stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials A.A. Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd, that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client. It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the old saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Magazine clipping added to the court record. Alright. So let's move around. Let's go to the hallway. Okay, so she's still here. Let's see if we could try to make her crack. We'll present Maya's Magatama. Okay, it's time for Psych Lock. Okay, the big scoop. Lada, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? Wait. Hold up. Oops, I accidentally didn't mean to do that. Okay, that was, I don't know why that happened. I was just pressing something and it just went down like that. Alright. I told you, didn't I? For my scoop, what I want to know about are the details of the scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Grr. Could it be that you, Lada Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corrida and this person? Okay. Well, there's one thing. this autograph right here might actually be something. Who the heck is that? You don't think us journals are a bunch of idiots? You can't fool me. I'm a pro. I think I might be doing the wrong person. Oh, really? So, who's this person anyway? You're such a pro. Why don't you do your own research and figure it out? Let's try it again, shall we? Could it be that you, lot of heart, were looking for a break with a huge story? I think I have enough evidence. Yeah. I think I might be doing the wrong person, but I do want to psych lock somebody. Okay, maybe we'll make you crack later on, but that's a mistake. Let's go, let's just move. Or actually, no. No, we should make her crack. I think I might have presented the wrong thing. We'll try it again. I don't know what the fuck am I doing right now. But I can't be making any mistakes like that. Alright. Let's just... I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna present something else in general. Okay, so back to this. Alright. Alright, so if there's a scandal, maybe it has to do with, this. I don't know what was I doing with that, but I'm fixing that. This woman, she's Adrian Andrews, Matt and Guard's manager. Nickel Samurai's manager, caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make this up, make up any old thing and thinking it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah, you gotta have that. That's what's it, news sauce? You mean news source? That's it. So show me something that shows that one guy had something with Miss Andrews. Yeah, I think I have something. Let's switch to evidence. I had these magazine clippings. This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous to the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. Ah, Mr. Kurita didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival Mr. On-Guard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were looking around Mr. Kurita's door last night. Wow. There we go. Now it's back to being filled up. Alright, so let's figure everything else out. What I gotta do. So let's talk about the big scoop. You were looking into Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was going to get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you say? What'd you say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are going to want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing. Getting photos. Oh. I'm going to whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. And spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished up writing up my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote it on, my note to itself, is gone. Your note to yourself. It was inside the case of my 1600 camera. They had done run off together. I came here for my big story, didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell ya. What's with people now, anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. You really want that note back, huh? I got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Lada's camera updated in the court record. Okay, so let's do some more digging. All right, we're done with her. All right. Let's go to the hotel lobby. Alright, we're gonna present the Magatama to you this time. Alright, what you witnessed. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But, oh, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngin's expense. I am a little devil, after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Alright, and I know exactly what you want. That's Juan's autograph! Yes, it is. And it even says, to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please, give it to me. Let me have it. Please? I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Wow, she must really wanted this autograph. Marv isn't good enough for you. Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart, all from my dearest Juan. Well, that's quick. I just needed that. Alright, there we go. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business. And, did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it. Maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Ungard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken... Yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did Mr. Ungard ever do to deserve this? What did Mr. Ungard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick. What is it? What's a scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do viles and wild temperatures mean? Ack. How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say for now? Okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved a girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Enguarde did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? He. Okay. So, now that that's done, let's move. I think we need to pay a visit to Gumshoe at the Criminal Affairs Department. He said that if we want to talk to him, he'll be there. So let's go and talk to him. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. But, we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. Alright, airtight evidence. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. Enguarde. Yep, I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai's special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little Missy. It's obvious. They're Matt Enguarde's. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being struck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. I thought so. What do you mean, you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well... And I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knock is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Enguarde come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way! Okay. Alright, let's present something. I have this magazine clipping I want to show him. We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Corrida? But why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. No fucking way. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Corrida's manager. The victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor, a woman who knows who was both Mr. Corrida's manager and Mr. Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Well, actually, I wouldn't mind if you actually have anything. Alright. Let's talk about Celeste Impax. She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, but what? I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can't you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't. You don't mean... I do. Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You're no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait. Please wait, sir. If I don't get this month's pay, I'll start quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you would want to say? What the fuck? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! Holy fucking shit. It's Miles Edgeworth. He's back. It's been a long time, right? This person. This is Mr. Edgeworth. What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. You. How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed to be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Franziska. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow, in court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. But you lost twice. You think that the third time's a charm? Nope. Still the same wild mare she always was. Well, here you are, Edgeworth. Let's talk. I thought you, the prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick! I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is a definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred Von Karma was still my mentor, and a perfect win his record is a proof of Von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. I see. Then let me ask you something. Why did you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Why stand in court? Let's talk about it. Well, with Franziska, she almost always says, I will defeat you in this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Well, let's present something to him. Hold up. Well, actually, first, let's present... Yeah. See, there's this right here. Celeste Impacts. Let's present this. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impacts died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes, but there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? A suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Mrs. Impacts' death was most certainly a suicide. Of that, there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence. However, we did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself, the victim. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note? But why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report. Part 1 anyway. Part 1? Suicide report added to the court record. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2. 2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name. It's Adrian Andrews. Wait, what? Miss Andrews? What did she do? She tried to kill herself. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she really that's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Okay. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. Well, why would that? Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celeste Impax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Attempted suicide report added to the court record. Damn. Holy fuck. Holy fucking shit. That's crazy. And we're not even done yet. We're gonna move back to the hotel lobby. Alright, let's move. Let's go to Walla Hall. Hallway. We are going to go into Unguard's room. Alright. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Francisca Von Karma. Miss Von Karma. What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls, you're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. There's that little, transceiver she has. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know what that fool's every move. That's fucked up. So that noise we heard, was this receiver? I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Okay. So we're here. I'm gonna present this. Did you know the victim, Mr. Kurita? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Kurita was killed. Okay. Let's talk. Motive for murder. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Kurita was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Here we go again. Miss Andrews. Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is that a psych lock, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's getting to be more and more of these lately. Okay. We definitely have a lot more to talk about. So let's figure this out. So we need to press on. We can't be wasting time. I think we have all the facts. So we gotta press on. And to do that, we're gonna use Maya's Magatama. Oh my god. Holy fuck, man. Motive for murder. Why it was Juan Kurita murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why were you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Ungar's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Kurita. You were not that close? That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go right here. Let's present the magazine clipping. You and Mr. Kurita had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Kurita? As if there was such a need? Didn't you get close to Mr. Kurita's for this person's sake? Alright. Let's see. There is one thing. If she is dependent on somebody, there's one person. Celeste Impacts. Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Kurita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Kurita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckracker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews. There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. No, she's not, because here's the thing. We're going to go to evidence. We have... Okay, so we have the suicide report. We're going to show it to her. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan? And Miss Andrews. I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurita. I sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have the evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurita of hiding Miss Impact's note. You heard about it, and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start in this conversation on again? It was why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Kurita dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And then you would do anything to find out why she was killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? There we go. It's true. I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I push against all that, though. I try to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews. This one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret. Mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews. All I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Kurita. Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everything. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Kurita to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, when there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely added fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright. I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Ms. Andrews. I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Ms. Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Ms. Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly? Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I'll leave Mr. Unguarded in your capable hands. Okay. We're done here. Let's go to the hallway. Oh, but she wants to talk. Well, I think we've gathered all about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls, she looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all, and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh no, I'm okay. Really? I'm fine. I really am. You don't look fine to me. Alright. Let's go back to the lobby. Back to the office. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impact's suicide note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Uh-oh. Ah, Mr. Nick. Transceiver. Hello. Wright and Co-Law offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya. Where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Whew. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya, damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Sis? What does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry? It's Mia. Mia! I have a message for Maya, so come, ask me about anything you want about her. Alright, let's do that. How's Maya? She's safe, for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe. But Mia? How do you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And? She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Drat, it's locked. But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it. This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. Oh my god, it just ends like that. We'll save. We're going to do the trial. By the way, thanks for the follow. Adrian did it. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain that there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Uh-oh, here we go. It's him. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how should we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. No, Pearl Mia looks so weird. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer, dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Alright, here we go. Let's do this. Wait. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Hold up. Hold up. Wait. Before we start, look at this. I want to show you something. You see this? Okay. So, you want to know what's one thing that's missing in this picture? Where's Von Karma? Wasn't Von Karma supposed to be there? Didn't she say that she was going to win this trial and have her revenge on me, Phoenix Wright? Didn't she say that? Where is she? Well, let's go ahead and find out. Okay. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What the fuck? What in the fucking world? What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of those top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Whew. Huh? You're... I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Well, shit. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt and Guard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you two will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Holy fuck, man. Von Karma got shot. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. The Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If you want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Okay, let's do it. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Carita, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Bare facts of the case. Alright, this murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. Victim Juan Carita was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Let's press it. The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Carita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped around tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. His banana scented bandana. Then what about the knife? Seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Got the autopsy report. Okay. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jamma Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. Now it's updated. Won't let the banana go. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? Wright guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I bet that's enough. I believe that's enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was a reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Okay. Matt on guard and Juan Carita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and it was found in Mr. Ungard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Knife added to the court record. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button added to the court record. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find a hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like, just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Well, you clearly don't miss him, Phoenix. Alright. So, let's see. Let's move through. There's a specific point I want to get to. It's not this one. Okay, this one, where he says the defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Okay, we're going to present something. We're going to go here, we're going to use the knife and present it. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client brought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh. Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is very big. But what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not had already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't know. Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Well, why is that? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Carita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. That's right! Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during the dinner. Why would he carry a knife on to visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven. This was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Alright. I will, let's see. What do I do? Actually, I do. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Okay, let's present that one evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? You see this wine glass right here? Let's present that. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Yo, we got a raid! Gaming from the back seat with a raid. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Julie Jelly, what's up? Alright. Oh, you were playing Pokemon Sword and Shield. Nice. Your dearest friends? Awesome. Well, any friend of Julie Jelly's is a friend of mine. I'll be sure to drop a follow for you. But yeah, thank you for that raid. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm currently playing some Phoenix Wright. I'm doing half of the first case, the first part of the last case. And Robin DeGraves, thank you for that follow. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all the things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. And also thank you for that follow game from the backseat. Well yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant a future consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes. It is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You could stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. There are no plans. I'm never going to forget this case because when my husband and I were still dating, he was watching this on YouTube, and all of a sudden, one day he messaged me saying, "Shit just got real." That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Ms. Andrews really have set that glass down there without thinking? I'm going to go with this one. There's no way. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point it with certainty. They just might fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews. What? Wait, what the fuck? Adrian Andrews? That's why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding a glass when she went to see Mr. Carita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I can't be the only person who is pretty sure the judge is either senile or extremely stoned, yes? He's probably senile. Grrr. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Well, wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Something like this may actually backfire on him, depending on... Oh boy, it's her. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Hey, gotcha. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the Witness's stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with a terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oof, shush. I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt this, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that the youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie one. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean, you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard saying he's cute in the fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. This is funny. We need to know about her deepest feelings. Just what everybody wanted. Question Oldbag in another game. I am for one excited for the prospect. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo! Here we go. What you witnessed. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out. You know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Alright. So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, let's do it. There's one that I'm going to press, but I'm going to scroll through. Okay, let's keep going. Not this one. Or this one. Okay, we're going to go on this one. Press it. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yes, see. Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Alright, so we have the person's face, what the person was carrying, the person's clothes. I'll go with this one. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Humph, men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was actually very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important? Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright. Witness, please. Oh well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna present something this time instead of pressing. Alright, so we have Jammin' Ninja's button. Let's present that. Ms. Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here. Give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Unguard's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was that rascal Ungard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Ungard is a nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me. I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? In my head, I'm hearing the rat-a-ta-ta out of one of those whiz ray guns. Make sparks out of his backside. Yes. I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the Chinese dress, then maybe, but instead I had to put up with oh my god. You talk too fast, talk too fast, talk too fast, talk too fast, talk too fast. You talk too fast, talk too fast. Now hold on, hold your tongue there, still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the nickel samurai. But when you think about it, oops, they really are one and the same anyway. Miss Allbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Ungard, yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right. It was the nickel samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right out of the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Youngins today, I told you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. What I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Who I saw. Ungard, yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right. It was nickel samurai that I saw. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right out of the crime, you know. So he must have worn the nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Okay, this is where we're going to present something. We're going to present that knife. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scam me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important in this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. Ungard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all his previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Yep, beep beep evidence road trip. Oh, that's right, the nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there was one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the nickel samurai. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show, which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? Okay, so with this, I am going to go to option number 2. There is a contradiction. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. But what are you blabbling about? Now, for argument's sake, suppose Mr. Angardi was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without the intent. So, we'll present the knife again. This knife. This was used by Mr. Angardi at dinner. Yes, we did establish that, which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita. I suppose, however, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from a supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on the hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide the identity and mislead us. Order, I say? Order in the court? Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Well, because they want to frame Matt on guard. It's to frame my client, Matt on guard, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame... aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard in this one? But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grr. Witness. Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy-Poo? Witness. Did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Angardi with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in the front of the door as well because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around there for then? That's top secret to anyone outside security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Kurita. Am I correct, witness? The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So, Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. She was waiting for a skin sample of hair for her altar. Oh my god. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Kurita. Maybe, Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting as, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Yes, there's only one person. And no, it's not this guy. It's not him. It's this person over here. It's Adrian Andrews. So we're gonna go ahead and use her. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Angardi's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt. The witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you perceive him here? I really don't want to do this, however I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of your youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. Witness testimony. Secret information. That on guard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. Cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know it yet. Okay? The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. I'm 10 and what is this? And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true? Then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Onguard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. That Onguard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? Sounds like it's just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm going to press the heck out of it. Okay. So let's figure this out. So we're gonna go to her. Let's see, not this one. No. Okay, so let's press it. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet? That's true, then how do you know the secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? It's to present evidence. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Well, why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? With Lotta's camera. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written it down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. Ah, that's it. That's the note. Ah, no, you see, there's something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Nope. And you're the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Ungard. She said so herself. Ungard, I'm his psychic. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper, I suppose. We can overlook this just this once. She looks like she really is sorry. Should I forgive her? Yeah, let's forgive her. I guess we should forgive her. Who the heck are you to decide who should be forgiven, you delinquent? Number of endearing qualities, 0. I think no matter what I chose, it wouldn't matter. Phoenix, you can't go easy on her. She's no frail old lady. Yeah, you should be pressing her until she gives in. Mia is really scary today. Nope. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag? I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Miss Oldbag? That note was with a camera, inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge thing over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness. What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera? Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she has taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff! Check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Lotta's photo added to the court record. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lana took. There's... What to pick? What to pick? I'm gonna go with the second option. Seems like there's something strange here. There's something strange with this photo. I knew it. This was coming, right? Good thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we could all agree that there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway. Please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need the one chance, correct? Well, I had to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot? Especially when it counts. Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Holy shit. I have everything on the line here with this. It's the one chance. Yes, I would like help. Because I'm worried that like if I mess up, then I will have to do all of it again. The hems? You mean like the bottom of the pants? Does it matter which side I choose? They're covering shoes, aren't they? I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? The person in this photo is not met on guard. Then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I wanted to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is this person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. But you should be focused on this Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Okay. Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews. Andrews? If you want to know who that nickel samurai is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. And how does all that add up? That makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. Defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order. It looks like this trial hit the most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ach! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya. Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. Well, what am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. I think we should... We should wait and see. I have to do something. The trial must go on. But I don't have anything left. No evidence. No nothing. Now then, court will adjourn for What? I abhor wasting such valuable time. Yeah, Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tis, unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan? Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on? Oh, what? What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. We will definitely do this part of the trial. Because the plan is, I am going to do one more part of this trial, and then, like, save the rest of it afterwards, and then I'm going to do Yoshi tonight. Even if it's a short Yoshi stream, I will definitely do that. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had this easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a dog the entire time. She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came up to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? But what are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix? You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Mr. Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left the suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it. Is Juan Carita the victim of this murder? And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Miss Carita. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. One thing bothers me. What? Who is it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah, because Von Karma was originally going to take the case. But she was shot. She was conveniently shot. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Miss Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime at Mr. Juan Carita's room. Okay. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No. I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he would do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was it a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Okay. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. I'll lower the TV a bit. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She is the type of woman who is easily thrown off by the things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she at least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Okay, Let's do this. We got to cross-examine. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Ms. Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene in this crime photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Ms. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't even think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Let's press further. Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Or vase. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime's photo? Right there. This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser. When I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Well, why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I had nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over when it fell into the guitar case. Alright. Let's go and present the guitar case. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, then the case shouldn't have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of this vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? The guitar case was open when the vase fell. The glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. bright red guitar was found in the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? I think maybe not. We'll just let it be. Well, the case was empty, and I think that's all we really need to know. I see. Wait, Phoenix, don't you remember what I told you earlier? What's important here is that you disrupt her pacing. You have to attack her when she's not expecting it. Now then, let's move on to a different matter. Actually, Your Honor, I changed my mind. I would like her to testify about the case. But why are you changing your mind now? Well, it looks like I disrupted the judge's pacing. Now comes the real deal. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along, for now. Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change your topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. We'll present the guitar case. There was no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Okay, Sherlock. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. I'm going with that strange. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yes. The wine glass. Definitely hella strange. I have your proof here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? She dropped her glasses really quickly. Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that the guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the guitar. The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was that the guitar case was not the bright red guitar? You don't mean it was a bright white guitar. Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic, and lull us all into his misguided. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of this crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second. The bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Those guys exploded off her face right there. Yes, it did. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was... So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Well, there is something. This... Oh wait. Oh, it was this. This is a photograph. Yes. What's important is what's in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was a nickel samurai, the hero's very own costume. But what? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right? Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door, there was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order, order! It looks like we wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Well, wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt and Guard's. Why would something of the defendants be in this victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places. True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case? Alright. I'm gonna go with this one. It was a spare costume. Mr. On-Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And there lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No. Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was this press conference ticket. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepped for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold that press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as a Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as Nickel Samurai, was going to speak up about Matt Ungard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a convention. That's public disclosure. Mrs. Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Ms. Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him? Huh. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what this secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Ungard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Wow, this is fucking crazy. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This doesn't count for everything. Well, I'm the logical type. Finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. Sacred rabbit. Scared rabbit. It was a defense. If the defense can find no fault with the testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. It's like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight up in this and turn her logic upside down. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murder fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that it makes very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With a nicey stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off of Juan during this fight with Matt. Let's go and do this. We're gonna move through. We're gonna be using this to present right now. Juan's autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. Alright, take care, Julie Jelly. Thanks for coming through. And you have a good night. Clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's body, victim's already dead body. Order? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard is... We're gonna go to profiles. It's Adrian Andrews. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You're Mr. Corita's killer. She's not a Pokemon. What? Order, Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports the charge? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Look! Sis. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, Mr. On Guard was the real killer. There is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews? No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case, and it was you who proved that since she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was a classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on the earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Hungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you are also kind of short in this stature, are you not? Please stop! Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got hurt this time. Miss Andrews, I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Hungard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Carita. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Carita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taken that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in a worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that's to declare recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have the tomorrow. If we don't not get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, Let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you? It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true. Yes, actually there is one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think of how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Ms. Andrews, if you please. Alright, when I found the body. That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And one, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Oh man. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim? Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what in the heck is going on in the brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. Let's keep moving. Alright, we'll go here. We're going to present something. This crime photo right here. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? But what is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There was a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in this world would mistake this for someone who was fainted. And then so nonchalantly pour something to drink. Your point is? Miss Andrews. The testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. So, and your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defense, defendant Mr. Matt and guard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Ms. Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Manacard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix Wright? Usually the real killer confesses her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard. Does Phoenix think Andrews did it, or is he being a major a-hole? Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute truth, real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness? Don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea into your head. But as long as you protect yourself through silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over. And Matt would never be declared guilty. But what in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. But then, right now, Miss Andrews is. Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undeniably believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone, help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't it obvious? There's no one else there could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Okay. I'm going to have her testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Ms. Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you'd like to know what you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it is clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop! Mr. Edgeworth! This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah, that's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die... What the fuck, man? I will pull the truth from your still bleeding lips, no matter what I have to do. So, would you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. I'm starting to feel really sorry for her. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. You can see how really sad she is, and reluctant to speak, but she has no choice now. She was put on the spot. When I first saw him, I had really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. He's calling her bluff. Edgeworth chooses to appear as the bad guy, but she would have been tried for murder if Edgeworth didn't pull the tough act. Right. Stab the body with a knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape on his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, into the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. Well, what? How was this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Alright. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murder was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of the evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to my mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. Pressing it. That was so you can get into the knife. Correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed one's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. I don't want to concede. This testimony, it rings with the truth. I'm sorry, Phoenix. No, please, don't apologize to me. We were both taken by surprise. Still, I'm sorry. When I first saw him, I really thought he had been honest. Realized he was dead. And then I stabbed one's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one that stabbed the victim with a knife. Gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. And when I stabbed one's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Unguard's Hakama? Yes, that is what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lada. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Mrs. Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan. Wanted to wear that costume and hold it at a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. Defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it's not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh boy. You can see he's super upset. Today's trial is over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I ask you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave the court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room. That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card, next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card, if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. There's this card. That card? What in the world is it? And what does it mean? What a cliffhanger we're gonna have. We'll save this part. My new business card. Alright. So that's part 1 of this stream. We have another game tonight, but that's the end of Phoenix Wright. Holy fucking shit. We still have another part of the case. We're gonna do sometime next week. Oh my. But yeah, that's it for the stream for tonight, guys. It is definitely a lot of fun. Managed to get through Phoenix Wright. Managed to get through, like, so much. Use the game U poll. Feel free to vote. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank Gaming from the Backseat for the rate, as well as the follow. And we got a lot of new follows tonight. I'm going to go and figure out who I'm going to rate. I know exactly who I'm rating. We're going to raid Geo the Hero live. So let's go ahead and get the raid call going. So we'll do more Yoshi sometime soon. So let's go raid Geo the Hero. Let's do that. Because I haven't raided him in a little bit, so I'm gonna go give him the raid. Raid Geo the Hero live. Alright everyone, thank you all for tuning in. I will see you guys soon. Like, I'm gonna actually do a stream on Saturday. Saturday 8 p.m. Jackbox. We'll do that. I'll explain more like on Twitter later on. Take care. Fight for a lasting peace. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Good night everybody.